Jump Making live. Not entirely sure how this is going to work, but I have my reference uh, uh, I guess window up on the right, jump on the left, and I'll do my best to vocalize my thought process as I do all this writing. Aside for that, let's see how things go. First thing I'm going to do is make space. Now, because that way it's just easier to read later on. Alright, let's see. Storm, since I renamed the drawback further down the list. Alright, need to get the YouTube chat open. Boop, there it goes. Alright, now I can see you guys' messages. Let's see here. Question, do you guys have music of your own, or do you just want to... Or would you guys be fine with me putting on my own? Because if I put on my own music, then this is going to be... It'll be more engaging while watching, but archival won't be as great. Hmm. And I love that the PNG tuber program picks up all my clittering and clattering. Well, it looks like my OBS is picking up some of it too. Alright. Alright. Gonna have to expand some stuff. Does anyone have any ideas for particular OCs for like workers and children? Because I have a junior engineer, which is basically going to be Effie McLaughlin. But aside for that, God, and I wish there was. Oh, there is. Oh, I am silly. I never knew there was a shortcut for that. At least I hadn't thought to look it up until now. I can get stuff centered. And there's the little surprise image at the bottom. What was... E. This is one thing I like about Control E and then Control Shift E, and everything's, well, most things are centered. You can just Control double click to select two different things and then have whole sections pop out. It's great. But yeah. What else did I want to do? So I decided to go for a weather section to cover bonuses and drawbacks related to weather. I'm not sure whether they're gonna whether the weather effects are going to last past. Drawbacks obviously won't. But whether calm weather would actually keep stuff calm throughout. Let's see how the thread is doing. Somebody suggesting going for later on the weekday streams. I'd rather stream at the same time every day. I'm a simple man with the smoothest of brains. The smoothest of brains. I will continue to start streams way too early on Monday. But this stream will likely go way long anyway, because jump making. Yes. Alright, somebody did in fact report that one post. So I'll go and get that one cleaned up. Yeah. Wait, now I can. And nobody's replied to it, so I can just delete reported content after closing reports. Close selected reports. Boop. Jennying done. Swip, swap, swoop. Anyway. So yeah. If anybody's watching this, I am here, and I will continue to be here for as long as I feel like it, really. At least until 6, maybe later. But that will require semi-frequent breaks, especially since I have soda, which means caffeine, which is a diuretic. Let's see, are there any more? Let's see, at least competent with... I was thinking of some stuff as I was taking a nap around noon for the stream, and I've lost it. Oh well. Alright. Descriptions out of the way. No, notes out of the way. Oh, and forgot to do that. Yeah, Miracles is just going to be... Miracles Happen is going to be a general luck perk. Just kind of... Not entirely sure how intense the magnitude is going to be, but... It's a captain's view. Do we want to make a separate administration perk for, like, actually being good at managing stuff? It's going to be a matter of assigning prices. It's going to be fun. Tyranny, Great Storm. It was Great Storm, not the Great Storm, correct? Correct. Swoop. Arcs. Builders. Refuge. Still refuge down there? Yeah. Just making sure it's 1-to-1 where it needs to be. Long haul, longer stay. Probably just going to be to 20 years. Although I might make the default stay length 1 year. considering that it goes day by day, 365 days is a long time in the Frostland. Technophobia, lol, no steam cores, vegan. There's no meat out there to find. So hunters won't come back with anything. Engineer, not a doctor. Means that none of your engineers have medical expertise. There's no medical supplies to be found. Xenophobia. You won't find any survivors out there. Silent white. Only people. Good luck if you take both of those together. Class divide. Basically just playing up the class divide stuff that gets more focus on the sequel. Alright, I also added a people tab. Okay, I got this. Representative. I want to decide on how much that is later. Depending on how stuff gets priced. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go for standard 1246. Yeah, there's the intro. Just making sure everything's in place. But yeah, you got material spoofing. You can get more out of what you have. And it's a general idea of building a very nice, sturdy, warm house out of a pile of broken crates and rusted scrap metal. So I should just make that a sturdy, insulative. House out of broken crates and rusty scrap metal. And also not having to worry about the minor material components. So, like short of something like a steam core or some other kind of MacGuffin material or component, you just need to, like, say if you're building a gun, you just need to supply the metal and wood or plastic, depending on how you're doing stuff. Polymers. Material spoofing, don't need to worry about minor materials. Back to this thread. And in response to my post, I got fair and one of us. Quoting, I am but a simple man with the smoothest of brains. I will go back to check the thread fairly regularly. Let's see here. Frostland Scout. Let's see. Grumpy Jack says a perk to slowly reduce the temperature around your territory until it reaches the Mars weather found. The Mars weather found in the game could work. Be a great deal to deal with crappy neighbors and or invaders if your fiefdom is the only one prepared for that icy hell. I mean, I already have the low power mode for warmer climates. Do I want to add that? Oh, actually, that could fit here. So, all frost. Frostpunk level conditions on the surrounding region, including your city. Because fuck you. It's a neat idea. Let's call it generator low power mode. Low power mode. Extreme discount on coal upkeep and keep power and keep steam power going. Don't get heat zones. Leftover materials. Piles of usable materials left behind in the form of ruins and such. Shared housing. Already have initial housing built. Can make it tiered. It's like I already have tents put together, which would be a major bonus considering it's like if you've watched my playthroughs, I usually don't build tents for a while. Tents, bunks, houses, frozen forest. We'll just make sure that you have a node that will keep producing, and wall drill will get you a wall drill for that. In warmer climates, it will convert into a timber grove, as per suggestions, I think, from someone in the thread. Iron ore vein and coal deposit are the same with steelworks and coal mine. Army warehouse provides a triple of steam cores. A truckload of steel. This one will be pretty expensive. Tesla shield. What exactly does it do? Because it supposedly protects the city from the cold. So I guess it's like a heat zone, except it zaps all the snow so that the interior of the field doesn't have snow accumulating. I'll figure that out later. Outpost. Extant place that provides regular shipments of a certain material. Wood, steel, coal, food. Do I dare include steam cores in that? It's not like steam cores aren't or are a super rare kind of thing. But it's not like they're also just a key resource for expansion, so I don't want to just give you a whole bunch and be like, here, take them. So yeah, it's like usable materials would include, what was it in refugees? I think 2 to 4 steam cores in the ruins. I will look that up. Scenarios. Refugees, since they actually have them there. I guess another option would be the last autumn. Sorting resources and units. Oh, never mind. I thought it gave you Steam Core. Huh. Well, I'm just gonna have to start up the game real quick. Oh, and Grumpy Jack, by the way, today's pretty busy for me, so I'll likely be in and out of the stream a few times and not be able to stick around for the late night, but I'll look forward to seeing what I miss tomorrow. Well, I'll see you now and then, and my past self will see you tomorrow. My past self that is my present self, because time is weird. Alright, select scenario, refugees. Yeah, let's go for medium. Let's see how many... Ah, and my mouse doesn't show up when the browsers aren't in focus. And refugees, we will never submit. Blah, 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 blah. 2, 4, looks like. Okay. And 1,500. Yeah, 1,500 coal. 60. 180 steel. 120, 240. 480. 480 wood. I don't know why they doesn't show on the wiki. And then blah, blah, temperature. Oh, look at that. And again, they don't list the steam cores you get. Oh, that's like your starting amount, not the starting resource piles you've got. Safety, foraging, docks, fishing harbor, telegraph. Yeah. And minor front presence, and a passing mention of Germany. British Rose mentioned. Anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna have my own music playing so that this stream doesn't get got. Yeah. Anyway. So, what else? What else? Harsh weather gets colder faster. It snaps last longer. I think they generally last like a week on, but oh, a week each. Colder, slower, closer, slower. Cold snaps last a couple days. Weather is generally much milder. Post jump. Snowdrifts. Be counted in scenarios. Here, yeah, it is. So I can get Serenity mode. One day blizzards over 15 versus 14 days. 2 days until every 8 days, and each lasts 2 days. Citizens, the maximum non-automaton population is 695. Builders mode, get up to... Oh yeah. Yeah, Serenity mode, so... Anyway. Man, there's so many little details. Yeah, then. Only got that set up for later. Arcs, refuge, successor, builders. Builders will have to be incompatible with refuge because this has no generator at all. It'll be like the hot springs or children's mine or whatever. Meanwhile, builders will be like the builders mode for endless mode, where you have to build your generator before things get too cold. I'm half tempted to do like chill streams with the with an endless mode. I kind of want to see how what is it, crags? No, rifts. It's like how a rifts builder mode would go. Obviously on easiest difficulty because I am le pussy. These sorted is going to be fun. I have a feeling that a lot of these just need to go. Hunting Zeppelin can stay. Prosthetics. Yeah, a lot of those are going to be down in features. Yeah, I need to get laws open. Book old laws. Alright, man, people tab. Let's grab some of these. Honors, hopeless rebelizers. Let's see, laid back affects you, so it stays in this section. Might actually put that into the general perks up at about the top. For health. Keep covered. Shove all those drawbacks down here. And put some positive stuff in. Alright. Wanted demographics. So people have a choice of the demographics if there's people. Let's call it too many kids. Yes, Minecraft. Too many kids. Adults are largely a large minority and mostly old and infirm. Because the children yearn for the mines. Yeah, so by its choice of citizen, starting citizen demographics. Oh, I love Kuro Emerald. Choice of faith or law. Not law, order. I know it's law and order, but they are different. Let's see, fighting arena. Public house and house of pleasure. I gotta structure getting the laws in there. I will think about that later. Along with the Tesla shield. Actually, can I find details in here on the Tesla City? Settlement founded by survivors, American expedition, Nikola Tesla, sent north, study weird weather patterns, snow globe, great intelligence, technical knowledge, Tesla, just manufacturing, complete monopoly, owned it all, by capability of producing highly advanced pieces of technology, including prosthetics and steam cores. Oh. Oh. Had. And it was a fairly developed city. Yeah, dehumanized people, cogs in the machine, blah da da da. Treasure trove of advanced cities after shit kinda got fucked. Field. Creating a dome of electrostatic energy that kept the ice and snow out, but any humans were inside. Okay. Okay, so it keeps the ice and snow out. That's what the Tesla shield does. That way you're not having to deal with constant muddiness. Since it just goes poof. I probably wouldn't stand up to... But hey, this is Jumpchain. Doesn't need to be super realistic. Should I go for materials? Go well. Or maybe production? Oh wait, no. Prosthetics. What are you doing here? You should be up here in items. Let's see. Chapel. I don't know. Yeah, if it doesn't sap you to death, indeed. But yeah, the version you buy here will not kill people unless things go really wrong. Like some asshole decides to turn it up to 11. No maintenance is done, although it's going to have weekly refresh going on, so that shouldn't be a concern. Let's see, cookhouse. Anyway. Land Dreadnought Seed Arc, I will keep here. Actually, no. Let's make that a feature. You can see. But yeah, and then I guess I could put the medical post infirmary into people. It's infrastructure. Let's see, outpost, production, cookhouse, and hothouse both go in there. So should the those things. And now I'm hemming and hawing on that. I'm not going to worry about that until later. Okay. Let's go ahead and start getting some stuff fluffed. Oh yeah, starting time. Should I make that a drawback? Yes. Last autumn. Start a few months before the Great Frost. Tesla. Yep, Great Frost. Pivotal event in the history. Survivors in the Frost one with the Great Floss. Following the global cooling result. Okay. For the Great Frost. Everything goes fucked. Still leaves a blank spot there. Okay. Classified. Do I have that? Actually, that would be under people. Let's divide. Okay, I will figure that stuff out later. And back up to general drawbacks. Trying to figure out if I should add a bit more space here. Because it's just this gulf here. Add an image. That's something to worry about later. Cool. Up, 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 up. Shifts, refuge, builders, arcs, great storm, tyranny, petite, noble, nomad, prisoner. It's autumn. Let's read through this to get the voice back. In the year 1886, a culmination of numerous events resulted in the Earth rapidly entering an ice age. Though as quickly as the Earth turned into a snowball, there were those with enough foreknowledge, which I think I spelled correctly, and influence to prepare for the impending apocalypse. So while most of humanity now lies frozen beneath what is now known as the Frostlands, many managed to make it into the hulking generators. Make it to the hulking generators built in sheltered locations around the Arctic Circle. Around these coal-powered behemoths, refugees are now building up cities against the ever-present cold, carving out new ways of life in the ice and snow while holding memories of the warm times that now lie in the past. Mode Standard, plus 1,000 choice points. Here's a standard stipend to aid your survival in this harsh world, with the expectation that death here ends your chain and sends you home. Survivor. Or you may opt out of the standard stipend, also restricting access to anything but your body mod and whatever you acquire here. In exchange, death just means an end to your chain, or to your time with this jump, costing you only whatever you acquired here and allowing you to continue your chain. I've had thoughts about allowing retries, but nah. Citizen gets a small stipend. Regardless of your old life or how you found your way to one of the generators, you are now a commoner, a nobody doing the necessary drudgery to keep the city and its people from falling to the merciless cold. Captain, elected representative, appointed official, or simply the one who stepped up. You find yourself in command of a generator city and its citizens, who are bound to lead these people to a brighter future, at threat of exile to the Frostlands or worse. Class divide. Let's see. the social divisions, social rifts of the old world weren't eliminated as people treated to the at least they faded in some cases as people came together in their efforts to survive cold. But they never quite went away. This is most... Oh wait, no, that's a general drawback, so it shouldn't be in this one here. People classified, don't like that. This most obvious in whatever supplement you find yourself in. There is some fundamental divide among the people who are attempting to eke at a life here. It could be old scars between the rich and the poor. The elitist engineers butting heads with the salt of the earth. Or something else has appeared, manifested. Or something else that has, or that will cause significant social friction during your time in this job. So did I mention that it's a decade here? No. That's to be assumed, but it's nice to let people know. The rough workers, I guess. Expect frequent factional fighting and opposed interests, often at the worst of times. Soil is poor. Actually, wait, how is that going to work with vegan? Can only get food from hothouses. Because it's basically a stage up from vegan, kind of. But I want that It's like I could have one for making it so you can't use hothouses, so you can't grow food, plus vegan, making it so the Frostlands don't have any food to be found, which in combination would have the effects of Soylent White. But uh, I could bundle them. It's like vegan Deadland. Yeah, let's do that. No, but that would just mess up the style and it would be just so inconsistent. Ah! Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna have to note that they are incompatible. Ethical. So it's white. Incompatible with vegan. Oop. Oop. Yeah, that's gonna apply there. Cool. Oh wait, and I want to grab laid back and put it into the general category. Since it is a personally affecting drawback, so it will apply whether you're... So it's good for whether you're a citizen or a captain. There we go. So yeah, Silent White. The soil is poor. The Frostlands are as barren of life as one would expect. Frozen wasteland. Perhaps even more. This leaves only rather questionable and morally... This leaves only rather morally questionable sources of food. If you know what I mean. In other words, the only available edible matter that you and your people will be to find during your time here will be other people. Now with be will be. Perhaps even your own people. This drawback doesn't preclude you from randomly finding refugees in the Frostlands. And it shortcuts. The process of getting people to accept their grisly lot. I hear the long pork is great this time of year. Huh. Yeah, it'll be fine. Vegan! As one would expect of a rabid thread. Of a rapid onset ice age, there isn't much life left out there. Anything that's still alive seems to be walking on two legs, or is stuck beneath hundreds of feet of snow and ice. But the soil is fine. Hey. Soil is fine. Great even. Here, it could even be described. Spread is great. I'm sure that anything grown on it is far more which is not as great, which is a good thing, since that will be your only food source. That doesn't require stepping over some very questionable, I already used questionable. Time other people, even your own people. That's some very hard moral lines. Hope you enjoy vegetable stew. Xenophobia! It seems like you and anyone you've survived, and anyone with you at the start of your time here. I'm gonna go for 1, 2, 4, 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4, so 3, 3, 2. No, 3, 3, 3, 2. Anyway, are the only people to have survived the Great Frost. Sure, you may find signs of life here or there. You'll never find another soul outside of your settlement. Yay! You got it right that time. Maybe it's bad luck, or maybe your people really are. The last living souls on Snowball Earth. Engineer, not doctor. Sickness is a constant reality of surviving in the frost lands. The cold suppresses immune systems, making it easier for all manner of illnesses. Suppresses immune systems and makes sanitation difficult, making it much. Also forcing people into much closer quarters for much longer periods of time, making it very easy for illnesses to spread amongst populations. That's not mentioning the ever-present threat of frostbite. Unfortunately, it seems that no doctors manage to manage to survive the Great Frost. And any medical supplies or instruction materials are similarly missing. You can still find plenty of engineers, but none of them will have the slightest idea about medical issues. Medical practice. Oh, Timmy. Let's hope that little Timmy doesn't need an amputation. Carbon neutral. Coal is a highly efficient fuel source for the tech and age of Frostpunk. Able to provide the power to keep a whole city warm in Arctic conditions. Unfortunately, the site that your settlement is founded on completely lacks any major presence of coal or any major coal deposits. You might still find the odd bit out in the grasslands, but you'll need to source the bulk of it yourself. Hopefully, it's a good thing that charcoal is perfectly acceptable fuel as well. So I hope you have plenty of wood on hand. Technophobia. The steam core is the pinnacle of the local steam tech. A key component in any building that's even slightly advanced. Wall drills, coal mines, infirmaries. I wonder if that is something. Same guy who was complaining about the quality of threads nosediving over the past couple of days has been antagonizing people. Asshole. Oh, let's see here. Memories. Well, all of this key infrastructure requires the investment of steam cores. Taking this drawback, your settlement is doomed to not having any steam cores available. You won't start with any, you won't find any. even if you find a abandoned or unabandoned warehouse or manufactory, that's in pristine core. In pristine condition, it'll be empty. Any means for won't find there won't be any steam cores to be found. Good luck. I think that one's going to be pretty high. Yeah, I think I'll have the default stay be 1 year. And then extended stay will be 1 decade. Okay, winter hell. The fall of winter home is... Yay! Wings of... World of Light is on. Hello, World of Light! Welcome! I'm getting through the first section. I'm going to do an unusual thing with the visit span. As to say, you will have the default time you will spend in this jump will be 1 year, with a drawback for 10 years, because Frostpunk is a hard place to live. Even when you got stuff built up, there's still always work to be done. You will spend a year here before you get the chance to. Good luck, and don't let the frost wait. Also, apologies if it's a little quiet, but I have some music playing on my end, but I'm not playing it through OBS so that the video can stay up uninterrupted and unaltered. So, put on some music of your own in the background if you want. Or just use me as background noise while you do other things. As I mutter to myself about this and that and the other thing. Alright, here's a tragic tale of mishap, mismanagement, and woe. A few missing parts. Yeah, I have a feeling that the winter home generator would basically be the equivalent of like the worst generator you could make in last autumn. Which is why it went boom. A few missing parts. No, not load. Lead. Yeah, cool. And unfortunately, I don't have any joke tabs open, so yeah. The joke is on me. A few missing parts in the generator led to a massive explosion. Where it was heated up. The admin is administrator. Didn't deal well with the resulting. So you saw that the city had its own drawbacks when I skimmed the dock last night. Will these carry forward when you take the city with you, or go away when the jump ends? They are just drawbacks for your time here. I just have them separate since they affect primarily the city, or there's stuff that only really matters to the captain origin. Basically, you have the general drawbacks up here, which apply whether you're a citizen or a captain. You have citizen drawbacks that mostly affect your ability as a citizen. Then you have the where was it? Captain drawbacks that affect your settlement specifically. And I'm not sure whether I intended for them to. I think I'll have the points from these applicable to the items and perks in case you want to take those. But yeah, it's kind of a weird way to do it, but I kind of wanted to experiment with stuff since this is a half gauntlet. I haven't made a gauntlet before. Deal with resulting catastrophe, and they surviving population of winter home eventually needed to rebuild one of their dreadnoughts and strike out into the Frostlands in hope of finding something. Your people, you and your people will suffer a similar fate. The exact Details will depend on exact circumstances that you enter a jump in, that you will be forced to contend with a life-changing, extremely disruptive event. An extremely disruptive event. Eventually culminating in the need for a hasty evacuation with no clear hope. No clear destination. Long haul. Usually, you'll spend a decade in a world, but the harsh nature of this one makes it easier to leave without leaving that ending your whole chain. If you want a few extra points, you can extend your stay to the Control I traditional decade. Who knows what kind of crazy events will play out in the coming years. Last autumn. Yeah, I think this one will be one of the cheap ones. Long haul. Also, I think I'm going to be going with the traditional 1, 2, 4, 6 for pricing, rather than the 51, 2, 4 that I've been doing for the last few jumps. So it's Frostpunk. It calls for harsher pricing. Also, I've been way too generous with my recent jumps. Fucking Cliff giving me pats on the back on the questionable content thread. Or a questionable question thread for how much you can get from modern Teiso Gyakuten. Gyakuten? Yeah, there it is. Last autumn. The bulk of your time here will be spent in a frozen hellhole. Nah. It's like, I know that he did not intend that as an insult, but coming from him, it's an insult. Like, I don't even have, like, strong antipathy behind the guy, but I know his tendencies, and... anyway. Oh man, my bitrate is shit, or whatever you call it. 1.8% lost frames? Ugh. Yeah, my internet's just been bad. I'm having hiccups lately. Anyway, last autumn. Let's see. Big Blood of the game, icy subordinate. Great freezing fully takes effect, visible throughout the game as the temperature drops. Great Frost hit rather quickly, taking mere months to turn a vibrant green world into a frosty snowball that sometimes hits temperatures usually found at the poles of other worlds in the solar system. It's obviously this was a tumultuous time to live through. Probably harder than the day-to-day of a city in the Frostland, for the simple fact of panic. Taking this drawback, you find yourself appearing in, actually, depending on how I decided to do this, because it's a few months before the Great Frost, but whether or not you actually start in a settlement at all, I think I'm just going to have it start before and drop in with the settlement, or insert with the settlement. Let's see. Rather than appearing in this world after it's already frozen, you appear several months before the Great Frost, or the Great Freezing occurs. Enjoy the warmth while it lasts, and hope you avoid being swamped with refugees and avoid getting swamped with refugees, or your settlement may simply become a mass grave hidden beneath the ice. Laid back. You have an attitude that's not a great fit for this world. Like a day's coal, lazy even. This doesn't mean you can't get things done, but you lack the urgency and foresight to proactively approach problems and get them dealt with before they become problems. As a result of your more reactive than proactive nature, you tend to experience shortfalls as deadlines approach. Okay. That's that. Okay. So then, I have 11 to split across 4. 2 other. That looks pretty bad. Long haul and laid back seem good for the other 2 plus 100s. It goes first. It's then 3 200s. It's pretty bad. I think xenophobia, class divide. And I think vegan. So yeah. It's like lazy early start and long stay for 100. Social friction, guaranteed social friction, only being able to grow stuff and not being able to find any extra hands out in the Frostland for 200. I think Winter Hell is definitely... Oh, no, wait. Doi? 3. 11 across 3. So what the fuck else am I going to put up here? So that's 4, 4, and 3. So Winter Hell is 300. Silent White, definitely 300. Because they're drawbacks, so they only go up 300. Okay. Okay. It's carbon neutral. You can get plenty of wood. Technophobia is definitely up there. Yeah, carbon neutral. As a 1. Just gonna switch on over to my 300 or 34,168 song playlist. I love Spotify. It's such bullshit. Anyway, get my brain back in order. So I have 4, 4, and 3. I got 3. Yeah, so Technophobia, ST, down 1. Because Steam cores are just that precious. An engineer, not a doctor, up after class divide. There we go. Alright, so that's general perks. Done. Now to work on citizen perks. They're not perks, drawbacks. Splitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Between 3. So it's going to be 4 per tier. 1 shifts. Let's see, builders full with noble and refuge. Or not noble, nomad. Refuge. Refuge. Compatible with builders and nomad. Yeah. And nomad. Incompatible with builders and refuge. Because all 3 of these alter the state you're stuck in. Because builders ensures that you're in a settlement with a generator, but it just isn't built yet. Refuge ensures that you're in a tiny resource poor settlement without a generator at all, and without any way to build one. And then nomad means you're stuck wandering the Frostland. Alright. Outsider. Society will go extreme and you'll be on a lot of shit lists. Oh yeah. The pressures of surviving the Great Frost led to many settlements taking extreme measures in order to keep the peace. Some places became police states. Others... Yes, yeah. Others became Theo... Oh, that's annoying. Of course it just has... The page break is right here. That is inconvenient. Others become... It's like others formed strongly dogmatic religions. Some even eat their dead. Whatever the case, the settlement you find yourself living in will be one of these settlements that implements extreme policies and embraces extreme social values. Unfortunately, taking this drawback also means that you'll be on the wrong side of history, so to speak. This does... Yes, so they speak, so to speak. God damn it. Doesn't guarantee a death by Steam. Doesn't guarantee execution by Steam burst, but you'll need to constantly be on your toes and will often deal with constantly on your jails and will often deal with harassment from the local authorities. Long shifts. Hard work is a constant requirement and reality in this frozen world. After all, there's a constant need for resources. Keep up with growth and maintenance demand, and keep hold that way. You tend to find that you get saddled with the worst shifts. Working 14 hours, working at least 14 hours a day. Oh yeah. Where 10-hour shifts are the norm, you will find yourself working where you are practically guaranteed to be working 14-hour shifts. And every week or so, you will be stuck with a 24-hour shift. even if it really isn't necessary. This will never get so bad that you die, but you will not have the best time. Let's never get to the point that you'll die of overwork, but you certainly won't be having a pleasant time. Refuge. Lucky are those that manage to make their way to one of the generator sites. You aren't one of them. Instead, taking refuge with other survivors in a naturally sheltered location. That's just barely enough to survive the cold. Resources are short, though you may have plenty of a particular sort, like coal. If you find yourself living in an abandoned mine. Maybe you can make contact with a generator site nearby and trade for the things you don't have much of. Builders. In this case, you and your people did manage to make it to a generator site. Unfortunately, work on the generator hadn't even begun beyond a shipment of starting materials and the central shaft being dug. All of you will need to figure out. Oh, and there's instructions for everything needed to build the generator. But the cold is Hmm. You better get to work, or the cold gets too cold. And before things get too cold. And mines those toxic gases. arcs. Your settlement was founded, at least partially, for the purpose of sheltering seeds and seedlings from the old world through the coming winter. However long the winter ends up being, you must keep the great arcs that were built on the site at a decent temperature. No, site, as in location, not vision. Or risk is vulnerable plants from being ruined. Failure to preserve at least one arc will result in chain failure. Jump failure. In the end of this jump. In standard mode, this means chain failure. And what survival mode was it? Survivor. In survivor mode, you simply move on without getting anything from this. Great storm. While weather may generally be otherwise stable, I don't know. London. It'll be really funny if I can actually get this done today. Great storm. After escaping to their generator site, the survivors of London took some time to settle. Found much to be concerned about. The burnt out ruins of Winterhome. Dozens of survivors from the city in extremely poor condition, and eventually a huge wall of turbulent clouds making its way towards them. Whether or not New London survived that great storm is unknown, but you have such a storm on your horizon? What's the timing on it? Let's see. A new home. Act 3, Refugees in Frostland, Fear of the Storm. To storm. Talking about Winter Home. Discovering it as early as day 15. Latest storm. So yeah, from 2, about 2 to 4, 6 weeks after the start of your time here, your settlement will be hit by a heavy storm that will last for a week itself. Last for a week and drag temperatures down as low as negative 120°C at its crescendo. Weather after the fact will be relatively stable, but leading up to the storm, you'll have to deal with panic and preparation. Yeah, I think that's going to be a 300. Arcs is 300 since there's a chain fill attached. Tyranny. Oh, man. Prisoner. Not all settlements are willing to put their troublemakers in shackles, but yours is, and you've made enough trouble to find yourself in permanent incarceration. At least people think you've been up to. It's like you committed crimes worth this punishment. When you aren't being worked harder than the already hard-working citizens of your settlement, you'll be held in a prison cell that's nowhere as well heated as it's ought to be. Oh my. Yeah, I think that's worth 300. Builders is 100, and refuge is 200. Because with builders, you at least have a chance. Nomad. No shelter. No steady. Source of key resources. You and yours are stuck in the frozen are stuck wandering the frozen desert that is the Frostland. Wandering. This doesn't mean you're doomed to die, but you'll need to keep on the move or risk running out of the resources you can find out there. It doesn't mean you'll be doomed to die. You can still find temporary shelter here and there, but you'll want to keep on the move or risk running out of resources. But you'll want to keep on the move or you'll risk running out of resources. Here. Of the resources you can scavenge. From points of interest scattered. J Park says the third Jumpchain YouTuber. Yes. And it's arguable who's more cringe. I like to think myself superior, but then again, I'm me. Okay, Noble. Yeah, it's like at least I'm making stuff. Aside for the Oblivion streams, most everything I'm doing is at least tangentially related to making more jumps. And I don't really care to put my chains on here, or on my channel. Like, maybe kind of... Yeah, J Parker, you're at least the most productive. The first guy just stared at the MLG jump, but I'm not sure if the second worked on any jumps. Yeah, it's like... But yeah, as far as like putting my chain on the channel, I'm not really gonna do that. Like, except as like maybe theme for a recorded run. Okay. J Bark says, anyway, not sure if I'll be able to offer many suggestions. Missed most of your Frostpunk streams after all, but I'll be lurking nonetheless. Well, in the meantime, you can watch the VODs. And Grims4 says, give it your avatar, wouldn't being cringe just be normal non-Euclidean reconfiguration? Huh? I guess something weird space and tentacle monsters. I'm more of a hentai tentacle monster, truthfully. And I know I have Azathoth and Thule in my name, but I'm not so eldritch as I am Demagicals. But yes, I guess in my case, being cringe just means taking on a human form, as opposed to being the worm that I am. Anyway, Noble. There was some extreme class stratification in the old world. I keep using that term. It's like old world blues. Yeah, you could do a new, recorded New Vegas run or something. Not that that would result in a jump, but it'd be fun. Anyway, some extreme class stratification in the old world. Oh, no, 6. Okay, Grimm's 6. I am iffy reading Roman numerals without actually putting brain cells into it. Usually it's fine. Let's see, there was some extreme class stratification in the old world. So the point that to the point of work and food rights. While the upper classes enjoyed all the fine things in life, you find yourself stuck with the attitude of these upper classes. You are an absolute elitist, and you have an extremely low tolerance for any sort of hard work. The normal 10-hour shifts that all citizens are expected to work are well beyond your ability to handle with grace. You can work past this with time and probably some beatings. Child! And I also have the thread open, so I'm occasionally checking on that to make sure everyone's being all peaceful like. Not causing too much trouble. Child! You are small, young, unrespected. Eh. Well, adults have it hard in this in the new state of this world. Children have it the hardest. Any stability they might have had without the Great Frost is gone, and now they find themselves following their parents through the cold, white wastelands. Some children even life in the generator cities may be hard. Yeah. Taking this drawback, you find yourself as a pretty pubescent child. You are small. People have no respect for you. Let's see. You aren't likely to be settled. Yes. Let's see. While this limits expectations of you, as far as hard labor, in most cases, at least, your small size may lead you vulnerable to being sacrificed to the generator. In a room. $19.01. Okay, so yeah. Frostpunk is Victorian. Find yourself as a pretty distant child in a Victorian steampunk world. No respect, but still expected to work much the same as the adults. In a lot of cases, at least. your small stature, an assumption, your small stature also leaves you at risk for being tasked squeezing into the bowels of a machine fix or retrieve something even as it is running. Hopefully the settlement you end up in anyway. It doesn't put children to work. Amputee! There are many things in this world that can claim your limbs. From the heavy machinery that's constantly working to keep your settlement running. Let's put a dash there. To the cold, freezing your extremities to death. Something like this has happened to you. Let's see. To gangrene, rotting your limbs, and cold, freezing your extremities. Something like this has happened to you, as you are missing one or more limbs, and for whatever reason, you never wind up getting fit with a prosthetic, even in the most advanced. And prosperous? Yeah, okay. Of settlements. Tyranny. With the desperation of the evacuations as people evacuate from regions that were once habitable and congregate into into tighter living conditions and desperately hungry. Tighter living conditions. There's left a lot of room for a leader to take advantage of these conditions to cement an iron grip. This has happened in whatever settlement you find yourself in. Leadership is not simply bull-headed, but has no concern for actually running things well. It's only a matter of time before one is exiled to the Frostlands, another is installed, and the cycle repeats again. In other words, you're doomed to have shit leaders for the duration of your stay here. Even worse, you and yours never get the chance to be... or no. And even if you take up such a position, things will quickly get too chaotic for you to properly manage things. So you'll be a shit leader too, whether you like it or not. Okay, so Arcs and a Great Storm at the end. And Nomad. Then, okay, so Refuge 200. Let's see. Long Shifts isn't that bad. I guess Child isn't that bad. Noble is relatively minor. It can be worked past. Let's see. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I need 2 more 100, and I can get 1 more 300. Prisoner, honestly, is pretty bad. Yeah. Two more 100s, and the rest will be 200. Outsider and Child, I'm gonna say. Long Shifts, QRST, and Amputee. And of course, leaves so much dead space. I need to cut 2 lines. Make stuff fit. I can cut preamble there, and everything should fit. Nice and cozy. Excellent. Alright, that is 2 sections done. In about 2.5 hours. I need to pee, so I will be right back. Don't have too much fun. La-di-da. Alright. Okay. So captain's view. Then again, is that really appropriate? Because, I mean, it's useful. I'll think about it. Old adaptation. Free to everybody. People. The Frostland are highly resistant to cold, such that 0 degrees C or freezing. Here, so it's such that 0 degrees C feels comfortable. Not clear why this is. But you find yourself also resistant. It's resistance. Resistant to cold temperature. It takes much longer exposure to much colder temperatures for frostbite, and hypothermia to kick in. Allowing you to work in freezing cold for hours at a time while being only uncomfortable. And non-freezing cold is positively balmy. Practically skinny dipping weather. Frozen grits. It's just going to be free, exclusive to citizen. The conditions under which the average Frostpunk worker or engineer works are, frankly speaking, unreasonable. There's machinery, freezing temperatures, absurd temperatures. Stream hours. It's a wonder more of them don't wind up dying in accidents. Grumpy Jack says Captain's view is appropriate, but it should cost something and should possibly be split up into a couple of perks. Yeah, that actually, yeah. It's like one for the free camera view and haha. Yeah. like one for the free camera view. Synchronous. It's only giving orders. And then one for the awareness. Not sure what they're going to cost. I will figure that out later. And Frozen Grit is going to stay free and exclusive to Citizen. Because what do you need that for as a captain? You're not doing the hard work. Anyway, it's a wonder more of them don't wind up dying in accidents. Or pulling Union shenanigans. You share in their borderline inhuman work ethic, allowing you to keep going even in the worst circumstances. This doesn't make things pleasant, but it does. But it does. It doesn't make things pleasant, it just ensures that you have the grit to keep marching on. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna need to figure out the what's it? Actually, yeah, this will be the good opportunity to get the citizen stipend figured out and the discount structure for perks as well. Anyway, hard worker. Because my plan is to have it be floating discounts for citizen and no discounts for captain beyond listed discounts. I think I will have these exclusives to captain though. But they will cost because they're useful. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, two, four. At 4 for each. No. 3 tiers, 1, 2, 4, 6. Or 3 per tier. House Grower, Frostline Hunter, Steam Engineer. Oh wait, 13. That'll probably be appropriate. I think 200 each is fine. Undiscounted though, since they're exclusive, so there is no point for discounts. Okay, hard worker. A worker in a Frostpunk settlement will likely play many roles over the course of even a single week. Getting moved between workplaces quite often while being expected to be competent wherever they may be assigned. As they do, you find that you're able to very quickly adapt to new roles as you encounter them. It doesn't take you long to become decent, or to become competent at any sort of manual labor, or any sort of manual or unskilled labor you may find yourself tasked with. Whether you're gathering scrap wood, or whether you're gathering piles of coal, cutting down frozen trees, and processing that wood into usable lumber, or otherwise. That's definitely 100. Prostitute. Morale is unimportant. Aspect of running a successful generator city, especially in the early days, as you struggle for resources that have to push people harder to get the base structure down. You are especially okay. One of the policies many of these cities adopted was what was it? Public house. And some even turned them into houses of pleasure. You are made for such an establishment, whether you were Serving drinks or serving chons? You are an excellent bartender. Keeping up with even the busiest of bars. And in bed, you know your way around whoever you may be sharing that bed with. Morale isn't a concern if you're assigned in the right place. That's prostitute. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Did I end up no, I ended up signing that law in the last autumn, I think. It's fighter. Let's see, another key. In many generator cities, fighting bits were founded to help people work out their aggression. Frustration from their busy lives. Every night, two fighters would enter, and one of them would leave more bruised and broken than the other. In other cities, dueling laws were passed, allowing people to fight to the death. To resolve their differences. You are a skilled fighter, whether hold your own, regardless of what makeshift weapons you wield. If you decide to wield any at all, none can best you in the arena, and few will dare challenge beyond your skill. You are also quite the terrifying fighter. Cannot be bested in the arena, and few will dare to challenge your honor. After your first casualty. Wood and steel. The materials available to the initial in the Frostland. In the Frostlands are not of the highest quality. Most wood you'll find is broken and warped, and most metal will be rusted scrap. But still needs must. And you can do your best with even incredibly poor quality materials. In more naked terms, quality of the materials you use for your building and crafting doesn't matter. The end results will be as though you'd use the best. Also, you get much more out of the materials you do use. Allowing you to build a sturdy and well-insulated house out of a pile of broken crates and rusty scrap steel. And don't ask where you got the glass for the windows. And don't ask where you got the glass for the windows. Finally, you can fudge materials a bit. Actually, let's see. Yeah. First, scrap steel. Finally, you can fudge materials a bit. So you don't. So you can fudge materials a bit, and you don't need to worry about the lesser materials involved in whatever you're making, as long as you supply the majority the primary materials, so that house will have glass windows, even without any, even if you didn't have any glass on hand. This also provides you a general skill for architecture and making your creations fit a particular aesthetic, making your creations stylish, fitting an aesthetic that you desire. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a 4. Two, 3, 2, 3. Alright. Vein miner. Coal mines are the lifeblood of any generator city. With deep coal veins being one of the main criteria for locations, or for selecting generator sites. Gotta keep the Jenny fed, after all. And that's yep. One of the primary criteria for selecting generator sites before the Great Frost hit was deep veins of coal and iron. Coal to feed the generator, and the iron to provide efficient building materials for the citizens of these cities to be. And sufficient building materials to build up settlements around these towering metal behemoths. These behemoth metal towers. Yeah, I guess this will cover coal mining, iron mining, and the foundry. Or not the foundry, the thing with the stuff. Buildings. Non-constructible buildings. Special consumable resources. Health, food, resources, wood, coal, steel. Steel works. You are just the man. Dig into these veins and extract what's needed to fuel the growth and survival of your settlement. Efficiently digging through the earth for a moment. Collecting as much usable material as possible. Getting efficiently and safely digging through the ferment, collecting as much usable material as possible, and getting all that material up to the surface. Once there, you are also skilled at absurdly skilled at processing these materials into useful forms. Like smelting the ore into good quality steel, or getting usable lumber out of forests long buried in ice. Cookhouse chef. Food is a desperately needed resource. Food is in short supply following the Great Frost. Most places can't support life, and what few places aren't able to support a whole lot of it. There's still buried caches and what have you, but you aren't going to get a steady supply of the same stuff unless someone had the foresight to set up a hothouse in your settlement. But regardless of what ingredients, don't forget that all those spices And luxuries like tea were left behind, now buried under snow and ice far to the south. Regardless of what ingredients you have access to, find that you are excellent cook. Able to turn even anyway, turn even the worst mix of stuff into hearty and satisfying meals. Looking at even if the administration has ordered that meals be supplemented with sawdust, or that only soup be made. Nope. Folks eating at your cookhouse are far less will be far less will lose far less morale and be far less likely to get sick. Medical doctorate. Yeah, Frostland. I don't know. Great Frost hasn't been the greatest event for public health. People just seem to get sick at the drop. Seem to get sick at the drop of a hat. I think I need to go grab some food. Time for another break. And Frostbite is a constant threat. Looks good. People are fighting, but nobody's reporting anything, so I guess everything's fine. Medical doctorate. People just seem to get sick at the drop of a hat. Frostbite is a constant threat. Add on the close or the tight living conditions and the cold, making sanitation a nightmare. And there's constantly people in need of care. Alright. Thankfully, you are actually a trained doctor, able to deal with most ailments. Doctor who is able to deal with most ailments, even with the limited tools at your disposal. Yeah, it's like, fuck, I only have the items to do. Then the generator section. That'll be a lot of work, so I'm not going to say that I'm half done, but getting there. Alright. Let's see, you can diagnose whatever someone, it's like whatever is ailing whoever walks into your, yeah, yeah, I think I might just need to start streaming my jump making just so I'm not just as distracted. Because figure usually I'm not this focused on things. Usually I'll have the thread open and I'll be looking at some other stuff and I'll be writing a perk every hour, maybe a couple perks per hour. But actually having people, or the idea of people watching me is making me actually buckle down and get shit done. Diagnose whatever is ailing whoever walks into your medical post. Yes, I go faster when you're holding the whips. Whip me harder, daddy. Oh, that's so wrong. Ugh. Oh, that was disgusting. Anyway. I'm treated in record time, and their bed. So you can diagnose whatever's ailing whoever walks in to your medical post. Treat it efficiently. And get them back to work and their medical bed clear in record time. The Frostland Scout. Scouts are key to the survival of most Frostland settlements. Finding refugees, caches of resources, potential locations for expansion, and even other settlements. These brave men and women spend weeks, even months at a time, working through frozen deserts. Seeking out is to be seen. Seeking out their own living on the move. You have the skills and grit to serve, or to not simply serve this role, but to thrive in it. Moving through difficult moving through the snow on foot and sled, while dragging heavy sleds, avoiding hidden crevices in the ice, avoiding what few predators prowl, finding enough supplies to keep yourself and your team going, and much more. You have no issues living in even the most inhospitable apple. See, in no issues living in and traversing even the most inhospitable environments. Outside support. Hothouse grower. Hothouses are where the bulk of renewable food is grown. after the Great Frost. Heated by the generator, powered. With a steam core or two. At its center, these buildings are able to provide a steady supply of calories and nutrients to those working so hard to survive in the cold. You are an expert farmer, able to make the most of even the more basic varieties of hothouses to produce incredibly large harvests of incredibly nourishing food on a regular basis. This covers maintenance of the soils you use, building itself, making sure to gather as many seeds, spores, and cuttings as needed to get the next harvest going. With you there, food isn't as much of a concern. And this, of course, helps in less dire circumstances. You can actually benefit from the open sky. Frostland Hunter. In spite of everything freezing, life still manages to cling on in the Frostland. Shoals of fish in ponds kept thawed by warm hot springs. Herds of reindeer wandering to feed off the heat. Out of the everything freezing. Feed off the whole lichen and plant life that survives. Fungus and moss surviving in sheltered caves, and so on. All of these sources can provide for a hungry city. You are an expert trapper, hunter, not hunger, hunter, and forager. You can track prey, so you can find your way to prey from miles away. That was completely unintentional. Know when to go for the kill or set up a trap. I want to say material. I'll just say food. Only forageable food. Without needing to completely kill a patch. Indeed, you can always find sources of food in even the most inhospitable of environments. Holy shit, I only have 3 perks left. Wow. Okay. Let's take a tick of Frostpunk. Is capable of some amazing things. Many amazing things. And all of it is possible thanks to the diligent engineers. Who run the workshops and workshops that advance each city's collective knowledge and the factories build a massive automatons and fix those who have lost limbs. Those who've lost limbs. You are one of these engineers, a multidisciplinary journeyman in the many applications of the local Steam tech. You can not only maintain such things, or maintain and fabricate such things, such technology, but you can turn anything and everything with a technological base into Steam Tech, making them compatible with your generator. Integrating Steam cores into their designs. Do you think that needs more details? I'll ask in the thread. Okay. Research and development. Okay. Useful for people who know about Frostpunk or can actually Google it. Less useful for those who don't want to bother. And someone was traumatized by page-long paragraph for perks. Yeah. I don't like long perks either. It's always such a pain to record. Oh yeah, making sure, yeah, noting that the generator has power limits. There's only so much that a generator can power at a time. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Alright, now research and development. Anyway. While generators and steam cores are considered the pinnacle, or are core, steam cores are core, peak advancements, Steam Tech, core to infrastructure of Steam Tech. They most certainly are not the bleeding edge. One, for example, a city founded and owned by the quotes in famous Nikola Tesla, and this is the second jump I'm making that features Tesla prominently. Was protected by an protected from the snow and ice by a electromagnetic shield. Unfortunately, things didn't go so great. Unfortunately, this same shield was responsible for the death of all of the city inhabitants. You are beyond a mere engineer. Actually, quickly translate technical documents into idiot-proof instructions. Yeah, might want to move that up to Steam Engineer, considering that's something that the engineers just do as a part of the workshop. Because that's basically what the workshop is translating all the stored information into instructions for workers and such. But on the other hand, research and development. So I'm going to leave it here. You're beyond a mere engineer, able to push the limits of the local Steam Tech. Hello, little baby. You're just so fluffy. My cat, she is adorable and fluffy. Yes, she is, and just so lovable. Just a lovable baby. Anyway. So like able to push the limits of the local Steam Tech. Incredibly far. Given the time, given sufficient time. Yeah, hey, meow, 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 meow. Just a meow. You want to hop up on my desk and knock my microphone over, you silly butt? You just gotta rub your face all over everything. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Given sufficient time and experimentation, who knows what sense you could get up to, you fucking cat. I love you and you are fluffy. I will give you a hug because you're fluffy. And then make you go down. Can't back up. Let's see. In addition to that, you can translate all of this highly technical information into idiot-proof blueprints and instructions. So you don't have to oversee every step of the construction of your I'm just gonna go silly and say death ray. In order to avoid the workers frying themselves. Yes, cats are the best help. And now she's just sulking on the other side of the room. Why the hell does my internet keep dying? Anyway. So. In the Frostlands, chance is often all that can separate it's often the only thing between you and survival. Even with all of the disparate measures and foresight in the world, sometimes you just need teleforce, huh? A defensive weapon proposed by Nikola Tesla that accelerated pellets or slugs of material to a high velocity inside a vacuum chamber via electrostatic repulsion, and then fired them out of aimed nozzles at intended targets. Tesla claimed to have conceived of it after studying the Van de Graaff generator. Tesla described the weapon as being able to be used against ground-based infantry or for anti-aircraft purposes. So it's not so much a death ray as a not railgun, coil gun. Also charged particle beam weapons. I'll just call it a teleforce ray. Okay. Sometimes you just need the right few resources or people at the right time. All the difference. You are incredibly lucky in general. This usually manifests as circumstances. Yeah, this is usually fairly noticeable since it aligns circumstances. So it's usually barely noticeable, pending circumstance. This is usually barely noticeable beyond your life just being smoother than it used to be. But it really comes in and situations get disparate. If your daughter happened to wander off into the Frostlands right before a huge storm rolls in, you're basically guaranteed to get the supplies necessary to save her, or necessary for a solo expedition to save her, and that expedition is all but guaranteed to be successful. Though neither of you though both of you would, although both of you would survive, you wouldn't be completely untouched by the cold. You wouldn't be completely untouched. Alright. Now we just have items. And then I will consider this halfway done. It'd be amazing if I can get this done tonight, but it's already been almost 4 hours. Actually, no. I'm almost done. And yeah, I might actually get this done by midnight. If I keep it pace. Alright, I need to do... It's definitely 600. 400 for Steam Engineer. Scout. how much was it for each? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 3 each. Anything else worth 6? Wood and steel, I think. Vein miner. Chef, I'm gonna put 100. Growers 200. Got food acquisition 200. Doctorate there. Yeah, medical doctorate, and then food acquisition 200. Scout for 400. Steam engineer. Research and development and miracles happen for 6. See, I think I might go for... Oh. So 3 and 3. 4, 3, 3, 2. So I guess 2 and 1 for each. Alright. Citizens receive 2 free 100 choice point perks. And a discount on 200 choice point perk, 1 400, and 1 600. Counts. Alright. Line. Only citizens may take. Tension on it. Okay, good. That is all. Alright, perks are done. Alright. Lamps. Lamps are a technology mentioned in passing in several relics in the game. They're able to provide light and an emergency distress signal from the wearer. Stem core schematics and dragonfly schematics. Right. When essential. The quintessential. The lamp is the quintessential item in a survivor in the Frostlands. While the power source isn't clear, lamps are able to provide their owner with light, heat, and they can even operate as an emergency distress signal. A lamp can be worn in a variety of ways or held in the hand. And if a person has prosthetics, it will be used as a power source for them. Any lamps purchased through this option don't ever need to be refueled or recharged, acting as a constant source of power, though with a low output. Oh, sorry, baby. Just so fluffy. Warm clothing. Even the mildest weather after the Great Frost is well below freezing. So it makes sense that the one that left alive is almost always wrapped in numerous layers. Numerous layers of clothing. You receive your own set of heavy insulative clothing. It's not the prettiest or most flattering, but it will keep you warm. Most clothing would have you losing bits to frostbite. A worker can be expected to do any number of different jobs throughout his time, throughout his day. Mining, forestry, wood working, metal working, or even just gathering or hauling materials. This is a complete kit of tools for such labor. Let's see, metalworking, construction. We're just gathering tools for such labor. It all comes in a convenient backpack. rations. Everyone needs to eat. That to that end, we have this crate of prepared rations. Definitely not the hot cuisine of the now frozen Paris, but it's nourishing enough to carry you through long it's nourishing and filling enough to carry you through long shifts in hellish conditions. The crate never seems to empty. I know. The crate seems to be in a constant state of being slightly empty, such that anyone who grabs a portion of rations from it cannot do so, won't find any more until the next day. Tea and spices. The luxuries that were left behind during the evacuation. Salt, pepper, considered too weighty and not worth the effort to bring north. This isn't simply... No, it wasn't simply the fancy and hard to find sorts of spices that were left behind, but even basic things like salt. This is a crate full of spices, teas, and coffees. It refills daily, but there's only so much, so try to use it sparingly, unless you want people getting hooked and demanding more than you have. Medicine. Ugh. Mm-hmm. And I remember to add. Yeah. May. Find any similar enough items that you bring into this jump. Items that you acquire in this jump at the start of the jump. You took survivor mode. You get a chance to combine items on your way out of this jump. I guess if you take survivor mode, must mention otherwise. Items you acquire here. Resupply, repair, and respawn each week. Oh wait, no, bricks aren't done. So many crates. Medicine. Health is always something to worry about. In this world, every day someone will fall ill and need treatment, meaning that you need a steady supply of medicine and tools to deal with all sick. This is a crate loaded with medicine and some medical tools and other medical supplies. It's a bit dated by modern the only concern is that it's all Victorian era supplies. So with a steampunk scout gear, everything needed for those intrepid explorers to spend long explorers to explore the Frost. The Frost lands in the long term. Even warmer and more covering clothing, sleds and straps, all kinds of tools to collect materials and food. Crates and other storage for whatever they find out in the wastes. And more. But someone could haul many tons of material across terrain that wouldn't normally allow for such things. House. A pinnacle of personal living spaces. A tall home built of wood and steel. The capacity to house up to 10 people. The one that you purchase here also has a little something extra. A heater that somehow never runs out. A heater that somehow doesn't need fuel. Between that and the houses built in, or in the houses, great insulation. You could survive all but or you could wait out all but the worst weather without risk of frost. Wait. Hunting Zeppelin. A pinnacle Rustland hunting equipment. Hunting Zeppelins allow for these Zeppelins allow for hunters to cross vast distances in search of prey and bring back large amounts of prey. Bring back large amounts of food when morning comes. You get a Let's see. Hunter's Hangar. So as we slowly start to adapt to this new icy world and advance our technology, we start to reclaim some of our lost glory. It is said that the greatest power of humankind belongs to those who dare to dream for the impossible. Those who despite having been laughed at and jeered by the crowds, keeps going with raw determination, passion, and imagination, and with blood and tears to make these impossible dreams possible one day. One day, we shall reclaim our world from the cold death of this new ice age, and today we shall proclaim the old and wonderful dream that was cruelly snatched by the frostbitten winds. Today, man shall fly once again. So, Hunter's Hangar. See, can't remember the scale of it, but I think I can. Oh. Anyway. Zeppelin. It can hold a couple of people and a heavy load. Let's say hangar for it to dock at. Of course, this also comes with a large amount of hunting supplies. So schematics. The process of research that occurs at the workshops of a city is, in fact, translating the plans, the standardized architecture plans into instructions for the unskilled working class to build up great generator cities. This is a pile of such plans. By providing you with all the knowledge needed to build every standard structure from the game. Prosthetics. How often people will tend to lose the limbs after the Great Frost, whether due to frostbite, sickness, industrial accident, it figures that replacements would be needed. This is a crate. Of prosthetics made from wood and steel. Adaptive to the they are surprisingly adaptive to the needs and condition of whoever they're installed on. They adapt to the, or they easily adapt. They are easily adapted to the particulars of an amputee. They are surprisingly easy to get the hang of. After a couple of days, these seemingly primitive prosthetics are more or less as good as having the actual limb back. Automaton. A towering construct of steel and wood with a steam core at its core. The steam core acting at its center. Built for navigating the deep snow and autonomously autonomously, a single automaton can do the work of a whole crew of men. Not as quickly, but with no concern for sleep or stamina. Only taking an hour to refuel each day. The automaton you receive by from this option doesn't need refueling, allowing it to keep working around the clock, even without a generator to refuel its core. And Dreadnought. a large steam traction engine. A gigantic stream. Traction engine that can move through the harsh conditions of the Frostlands, crossing frozen oceans and ice sheets with only a small risk of becoming trapped by shifting terrain or mechanical failures. This great machine has been retrofitted to house a few hundred people, plus storage space. Their supplies for all the supplies needed to keep them alive. So it has a few hundred people, protect them from the cold, and it has storage space for all the supplies needed to keep them alive. It also doesn't need fuel for some reason. Do I care about the Dragonfly schematics? The secrets behind the manufacture of steam cores were thought lost alongside their creator. Got lost during the Great Frost alongside their creator. And yet, here they are. Blueprints for steam cores, all the components you need to build them, and the facilities needed to build those components. The whole process is rather involved and resource hungry, so you'd need a developed city to take advantage of this opportunity. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Dragonfly schematics. Why not bundle them together? Also included are schematics for unexperimental steam core powered aeroplane. Which again requires quite a bit of investment. Medicine. Yeah, like city schematics, good for that. Something zipline in house. And tea and spices. Citizens receive 1 free 100 choice points. And 1 discount. Item of each higher price tier. And all that without bumping Generator City down. Almost halfway done. I thought it's also almost 8. Here. Okay, there's plenty of space. Captain's View. It helps to see things from a different perspective, and you can do just that. As long as your body is at rest, and you are within the bounds of a settlement under your authority, you may enter a you may see the city from a bird's eye view. Flying around and zooming in and out and all that. In this mode, you can also instantly instantly and accurately communicate your orders to your citizens, though only to the extent of your actual authority. Administration. Record keeping is key for the administration of any community, but the odds of it being accurate are often low. But for you, it all happens automatically. As long as you are within the bounds of a settlement under your authority. Actually, no, this shouldn't be settlement bound. You have an accurate awareness of the key resources including income, key resources, the status of key facilities, the population under your authority, and you can even keep track of and direct local laws and research, though only to the extent of your actual authority. Of your holdings, yes. Holdings. Yeah, under your authority. Holdings. It basically means the same thing. This can be as detailed as income, consumption, and current stock piles of resources. The details of the status of key infrastructure. The number. So this can get as detailed as snooping, your awareness of key resources includes income, consumption, and grant stuck files. Awareness of the population can range from general numbers down to snooping through a particular citizen's personal details. Okay, good. Nothing's been bumped. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of questions about this one. Oh, and gotta get the stuff alphabetized. Administration before Captain's View. Alright, that is perks and items done. I just have the generator section to do. Just gonna take some organization and a lot of stuff. I'm gonna go grab some water. Return with fluids. Get it next time. Oh. Oh, it doesn't even do details. That sucks. Okay. Actually, yeah, I guess this could be used for just purchasing research and having it in place and going. Alright. I'm gonna. Yeah, topography is gonna be free choice. People's next then. Okay. Cute. Oh yeah, Archive is gonna hit Steam soon, isn't it? Blue Archive, I mean. Oh, hey, Stellar Blade is ready to preload. Neat. Wish list. Still coming soon, and Horizon Walker, the other gacha I'm looking forward to, is still set to release sometime this year. Even though I have such bad history with gacha. It's like they'll get me for like a month at best, and then I just get burnt out. No, it's... Alright, well, let's go from the top. First job. Rush job. The generator is much more sensitive and finicky with less room for error from overdrive. Assuming it even has overdrive. Let's see, last autumn. Do. Bonus objectives. Anyway. First job. The team who built your generator didn't do that great of a job. Speaking of which, features generator. Don't know why I didn't think to add that until now. Whole assembly is just wrong. Way too sensitive. It works, but the overdrive function puts way more stress on the machine than it should, making overdrive a much more dangerous option. If you aren't extremely careful, then too much, then you'll start suffering breakdowns and losing generator function. Heat, smaller heat zones, and so on. Keep going and it will explode. Origami. It's hard to say if it's just motivation or just bad luck, but resources are much harder to come by during your time here. See, you'll at least figure out the fault and get it fixed by right before you leave this world. At least be able to figure out get it fixed before. Also, everything takes much longer to process. This applies to supply caches found in the Frostlands. Automated facilities within your city and secondary processing facilities. It's like, or no, extraction. Caches in the Frostlands are pitiful. The amount of resources you can extract is anemic, and actually processing those resources takes longer. You'll need to plot and plan carefully to get around this. Builders. Unfortunately for you, so you made it to your generator site. Fortunately, there's no generator in sight. Just a big hole and a pile of resources sitting around it. Fortunately, in those piles of resources, fortunately, there's also instructions on the construction of your generator. Let's get to it. The frost is coming. I don't know, does anyone have any ideas for an appropriate reward for Survivor mode? It's basically the Gauntlet mode. I'm thinking generator schematics, but I think I might just leave that tied to builder's drawbacks. Let's see, successor. You aren't the first to hold authority over this settlement. There was another. He did a terrible job. Yes, perfect. It's perfect. uh, oh, infinite fuel. Both of those. Although that would also be dependent on going in with survivor mode as a captain. Huh. Actually, yeah. Get a ward depending on your origin. Citizens get an infinite supply of wonderfully tasty and warming hot cocoa. Captains get something much more lucrative. Their generators no longer need to burn fuel, or their generator. Yeah, although it's... Yes, who could say no to infinite, wonderfully tasty and warming hot cocoa? Get yours today! I have decided on the citizen stipend. 400 points. Might seem a bit much, but this is a shit world. Anyway. It's like figure citizens get a point stipend. They receive freebies and discounts. Meanwhile, as a captain, you just get access to the generator's city section and a couple of perks that you have to pay for. Alright. Let's see. Successor. You weren't the first to hold authority over this settlement. There was another, and he did a terrible job. All the worst and most inconvenient laws are in place. The city is half in ruins. Just with atrocious urban planning. People are sick, hungry, and pissed off. And you need to turn this all around before you are the next person exiled to walk the Frostlands. Good luck. Refuge. Unfortunately, or no. Your settlement doesn't have a generator at all. Instead, you'll be living a much more marginal life in a natural refuge. Living space and resources are in limited supply, and the protection this place offers isn't much, but you have access to relatively large amounts of a particular resource. Enough that you could trade for what you need if you make contact with another settlement. That will be exclusive with builders. Huge arcs built into your settlement is a set of arcs containing seeds and seedlings. From the world before it was frozen. You have been charged with protecting these, or with keeping these arcs heated, protecting their precious cargo from the long winter to come. At least one arc hasn't... How did I word it for here? Vegan... Here. Arcs. Failure to preserve, okay. Failure to preserve at least one of these arcs by the end of the jump means that you will fail the jump with the appropriate consequences based on which mode you chose. Yeah, that's only 2. Refuge is 3, Builders is 2, Successors 2, Rush Job and Economy are 1. Satellite. Duration of your stay here. You will find yourself under the yoke of a stronger city. They will pass laws for you and make demands of you. Often keeping resources only sending you key resources. When you fulfill their requested shipments. Fill their requests. And you will need those resources since your production, since you won't have the capacity to produce your own. As long as this drawback remains in effect. It could be coal to keep your people warm. Wood to keep them fed. Wood to build up infrastructure. Wood or steel for infrastructure. Or even people. Okay. Maps. Canyon. A generator built in a large crevasse. Sheltering it from bitter winds, though limiting the available area for construction. We'll need can only really expand in 2 directions. here, and we'll need to invest in steam hubs to heat the extant areas outside. A generator built on a wide cliff. Nah, it's not one of the official things, so meh. A generator built in an alternate location after rugged terrain and worsening weather made reaching the primary site impossible. This area is full of jagged rocks that make city planning much more difficult. A generator built into a large crater, leaving plenty of open space for construction and sources of building materials relatively nearby, while also protecting the whole space from the wind. Flats. Crater built into a much larger crater, allowing for an incredible amount of expansion at the cost of steady sources of materials being much further away. Oh. And not having as much protection from the wind. Frozen Grove. This generator was built into a sheltered location that provides much protection from the wind, loses out on expansion space, and is hindered by a large standing forest of frozen trees. Hanging rock. A hanging rock protects this generator from the prevailing winds, while a gently sloping entrance grants easy access to the outside world. this site has a moderate living area and decent access to resources. A generator built on a rocky shelf near the former seashore. It has a small initial building area and limited access to resources, requiring the construction of bridges to reach key sources and expand the building area. And snowdrifts. A generator that went unused for too long, causing snow and ice to partially fill the area around it, giving little space for expansion. Column. Your time here will start relatively warm at a balmy -20°C or -30°C. Temperature will drop slowly and gradually, giving you time to get everything in place. By the time you start getting regular blizzards. That only last a day each. After this jump, the weather around your settlement remains quite mild, at least relative to the region and setting. Paul Frost. Oh. call Frost. As a bit of a weird power, you can call upon. It's more of a weird personal power than a function of your city. You can call upon the Great Frost to affect the region around your settlement at will. It takes time to come into effect, but soon and enough, the local area might as well be above the Arctic Circle. Great for denying territory to foes that are prepared for such cold. You can also cancel the effect at any time, but it will take time for things to revert to normal. Harsh. Our time here will start a little colder, -30°C, and the temperature will drop much faster and more suddenly. You'll have to strap in and things in place, because you'll have to deal with 2 to 3 day blizzards on the regular. Three-day blizzards every week for long. Okay, Great Storm. Just like New London, you've got trouble on the horizon. You have about 2 to 6 weeks before an incredibly powerful storm hits, lasting, what was it, a week? Lasting a week and bringing temperatures as low as negative 120°C. Silly people. Who am I to say that? I am the silliness. Alright. Everything will be shut down by the storm. So you'll want to have everything ready for it. But after the storm passes, the weather will return to normal for the remainder of your stay. Hazards. Whatever your choice of weather, you'll be dealing with regular blizzards every week or two. With this, you'll suffer your settlement will suffer random weird effects for a week following each blizzard. Maybe crops just don't grow as good. Maybe your coal thumpers aren't pulling as much up. Maybe everything made with a steam core just isn't working as fast as it should. It'll be random each time, so some weeks may be better than others, depending on what industries you focus on. Yep. Okay. Graphics. Now this is gonna be a fun one. Oh. Ah. Well, you don't have any particular choice of the class of your citizens, meaning whether they're Workers, engineers, or children. Yeah, actually, no. I'm not going to do that. It's going to say, hey, make them all female, but this isn't a load jump. There's the prostitute perk, but doing demographic choice for this would just be silly. But I should add steadfast, healthy, steadfast, healthy, sensible. Uh, stoic. I think I will add that, but make it paid. No, that way there's justification for changing up demographics in a convenient way, while leaving room for lewd applications if someone has brain cells to rub together. Demographics. In most cases, much of the time, you have a choice of these starting compliant. I mean, I think sensible is a good counter to rabble browsers. Healthy versus poor health, sensible versus rabble browsers, steadfast versus hopeless, stoic versus whiners, and Minecraft versus demographics. I think these will all be pretty cheap. So, demographics. You have a choice of the demographics of your starting population. Including both what class they are and other personal factors. Healthy. People are much less likely to fall ill, lose limbs in general, and they can function normally on much less food. Sensible. Your people get with the program much easier. Not falling to subversive rhetoric at the speed or numbers they might normally. Steadfast. It takes. Steadfast is. Your people are much hardier emotionally. They don't start panicking out of nowhere. And things need to get really bad. Them to start losing hope. Stoic. Your people are able to put up with far more annoyance and inconvenience than normal. Not complaining until you basically start working them to death. Whiners. It seems like no matter what you do, there are people always find something or some way to complain. You could do everything right. Save the city with no... Save the city flawlessly, and they'd still crumble. Hopeless. Your people... Make sure it's noted. Granting points gained from this section may be spent anywhere. Document point granting options are drawbacks, even if not in that section, meaning they wear off when you leave, when you finish this. Hopeless. Your people are weak-willed. Losing their minds at weak-willed. Seeing omens and portents of doom everywhere. Weak-willed and pessimistic. Some panic at the slightest bit of danger. Others see portents of doom around every corner, and together they tend to work themselves up over nothing. In there, rebel rousers. Population is full of what's the term? Inconsiderate. No. What was the word? Full of folks who don't realize the gravity of this situation, demanding far more accommodations. Than can be reasonably provided, and starting trouble when they don't get their way. Or health. Their people are sickly. Far more easily injured. And they require a noticeably larger amount of sustenance than they ought to. Minecraft. Our population is children. What few adults are around are largely old or infirm. Obviously, this is something of a nightmare. So much work to be a heat generator tower. Enormous steam-powered furnace and engine that serves as the main source of heat and power for your city. Needs to be fed with coal to continue functioning. Else it begins. Yeah. Generator. The very heart of your city, to which everything is connected and provided with heat and power. It requires a constant supply of coal to keep working, lest it stop and slowly grow cold, stopping the whole city with it. Enormous steam-powered furnace and engine, the heat generator tower is able to not only keep a whole city running, but also generates a large area of heat. To keep nearby buildings sheltered from the cold. The size of this heat zone and how much heat it provides can be progressively upgraded running generator but this also increases the needed coal supply. It can be toggled between various levels of heat and sizes of heat zone, allowing for allowing for strict control of coal consumption in times when there isn't as much demand. The generator itself towers several stories, but several stories high. It also goes goes deep into the ground to access geothermal power. It's essentially a coal-powered heat pump that pulls heat from geothermal sources and brings it to the surface. In addition to the heat zone, the generator also has an overdrive mode, allowing it to put more heat at the cost of accumulating stress. If too much stress builds up, generator will explode quite dramatically, destroying your city, killing most of your population in the process, while dooming the remainder to freeze to death. But all these features aren't unlocked at first, requiring an investment of resources to be accessed. But for the low price of $19.99. Unless you spend 200 choice points, which allows you to get all the upgrades for your generator to start off with. This includes both the above mentioned functions plus a massive efficiency bonus. Also makes the generator generally more efficient and the overdrive function much safer to use. thanks to stress building up slower and falling faster. I think that'll just be that. Low power mode. It's also going to be free. Actually, regardless of what will you finish with? Captains gain an extra function for their generator. So for warmer climates where you don't need, it's plus 10, 30, plus 50C. Your generator may run at a low the lower power threshold, allowing it to continue providing power, but without outputting heat zones. This low power mode is incredibly requires far less coal to maintain than even the base heat zone setting that a generator defaults to. Leftover materials. They're in the form of ruined buildings or neatly random scrap or neatly organized piles. Stacks. This provides you a significant head start for building materials. We'll take some collecting. This all takes up potential building space, but you won't be scrabbling for wood or steel to start off with. Put that at once. It's just a one-time deal. Sorry, Moan, get it up to. Okay. Round generator. Oh yeah. So it's a ring of rebuilt housing. Enough to shelter your starting population. Speaking of which, probably make note of starting population. 580. I'll just say 80. Start with 80 people under your. Generator, city maximum population. Assume that any particular topography, any particular generator city can hold up to 800, yeah, 800 people before things start getting crowded. With the all with proper housing. With proper housing, shelter your starting population from the cold, and save you much wood to start off with. For 100 choice points, this is just tents. For 200, these houses can be actual houses. Needs. Can be actual houses. Does the shield. A powerful energy barrier that can keep the ice and snow at bay, ensuring that your city will remain clean and unburied even in the most dire of weather. Fortunately, it doesn't do much for the cold, but this barrier won't fry your citizens like the one in Tesla City did. Unless you falter on maintenance or it suffers sabotage. Outpost. So that's just a lot. A developed location out in the Frostland, which provides you with regular shipments of a particular material. Featured in the game. Options include raw food, wood, steel, coal, and steam cores. You get a decent amount of each, though only of whatever you choose, though you only get one steam core per day. Seed Arc. CP free with arcs. A heated arboretum. Sure, I'm actually done. Okay, not an arboretum because that's exclusively trees. A building designed to safely house all manner of seeds and seedlings, preserving them for future generations, as long as it is kept relatively warm. By purchasing the one you get from this item comes with a whole stock of potentially useful plants, which updates to include fairly common examples found in updates each jump to include fairly common examples found in the local setting. Okay. Warehouse, because I can. A huge storage facility loaded to the gills with steel and steam cores. It isn't well heated or equipped for industrial extraction, so it doesn't provide so it can only provide a trickle of either proper investment of resources will see that become more efficient with time. It can provide the steel is easy to retrieve in decent quantities, but the steam cores take even dedicated crews a lot of time to extract. The facility also isn't well insulated, nor is it designed for industrial levels of extraction, but these can be improved with an investment of time and resources. I'm gonna say that's just worth 300 on its own. Let's jump. This simply becomes a regular shipment of whatever material you chose. You may purchase multiple outposts. Just a couple points for a head start. That's also a head start. Post jump. Or generator gains a toggleable low power mode, vastly reducing fuel consumption. Also eliminating in this mode generator still powers your city, doesn't produce heat zones. So we cut this. Okay. So now I need to show all the buildings. Okay, I'm gonna hit the bathroom again. Remember to bring the dishes. I return. Alright. You know, I think I might just cut off the stream for tonight. Get the last couple of sections done. I'll at least get this done. Export free, of course. Citizen import. Free. Exclusive. Captain. Each purchase you may create or import up to 8 companions. Each companion receives a citizen origin, a origin stipend, including the stipend, freebies, and discounts, plus 600 to spend on perks and items. Export. Free. If you can convince anyone to come along with you and they survive, they are alive by the end of your time here, you may bring them along with you as followers or companions. Be decided as on an individual basis, and you may group them together into as you please. Oh, got a suggestion. Skill issue. Oh, neat. Volcano City. It took absolutely forever to complete, however, I'm happy with what I got. Sadly, I can't reach 3,000 because the game can't process all the pawns, so around 500 of them will die from sickness. I did this with the builder scenario, everything maxed besides resources. Because of this, I'm including the dead bodies. There's even more. Also, there's even more. It's just a pit. Can't show all of it. Anyways, feel free to try Serenity mode with everything set to low. I'll probably go do it afterward from anger and spite. Honestly, I think I'm gonna leave that up to the individual user. Then again, or I could just be like, nah. Go ahead and cut that, just to not have that headache. Citizen import. If you bring followers or companions in with you, you may import them into your starting population. Each follower or companion receives let's see, freebies. See, it's cold adaptation. Lamp and warm clothing. Yeah, sometimes you start getting into the weeds and you realize this doesn't matter that much, and you need to step back and cut. Yes, yes indeed. Finally, the junior engineer. So yeah, I just have to get all the buildings put in. Well, actually, I might just stay up and do that. I'll get a companion stuff done first. Free, just because. Euphemia. Somehow, you've find in your company on Euphemia FE McLachlan. Assistant engineer who was present for the construction of sites. About 7 and 113. Graduate from University of Cambridge. Joined the Camp Bridge Imperial Exploration Company as an engineer. Only to wind up overseeing the construction of generators prior to the Great Freeze. Wasn't taken seriously when she warned of a dangerous fault in the generator at her original site, which ended up killing most of the EIC employees before she was taken in by Site 113. Since then, who knows where she's been or what she's done, but Effie is here with you. Just because. It's like the closest thing this game has to a waifu. So I might as well just put her in there. Alright. Uh, uh, yeah, just to get buildings done. Oh, might want to limit outposts to 2. Purchase up to 2 outposts. Which provide support depot. Provide pre. Let's see. May purchase up to 2 outposts, and each provides a pre-built outpost depot. Because it's a running shipment of water that shows up in the appropriate outpost depot. How to handle a beacon? Hmm. That we basically have that. Child shelter is under law. Public house, cemetery. That's all law stuff. Infirmary house, feeling is law. Care house is law. Cookhouse I have. Hunter's hut, hunter's hangar. Hothouse, industrial hothouse. Actually, rather than this, or rather than leftover materials, move that down. Aim at Source Depot. Don't think I'll do anything for gathering posts. Don't really need to do anything for sawmill, since that's covered by Virgin Forest. Coal thumper. So that's actually a whole setup. I guess I could do some. Oh wait, actually. Integrate it that way. Charcoal kiln as well. Especially since I have the one drawback. Steam hubs. People need a workshop. Figure out something to do with the beacon. Steam hub. Not sure what I'm gonna do there. Already have factory down. That's all. Other stuff. And the laws section, we'll need to choose faith or order. Faith provides prayer, temple, faith, keepers, shrines, and field kitchen. Order provides watch, tower, guard station, prison, propaganda center, agitator. As far as the laws go, I'm gonna have it there. Station provides wedding arena, public house, cemetery, or corpse pit, care house. As far as policies go, dueling, pleasure, moonshine, emergency, extended shift, child labor, or shelters into apprentices. Those other soup, sawdust, cannibalism, breading, or extra rations into triage. Organ transplants. And organic fertilizer. Care house, no. And then corpse pit. And then there's an option for ceremonial. Oh no, ceremonial funerals should be lumped in with cemetery. Faith provides evening prayers, feeling, righteous, Annunciation, protector of the truth and new faith. Basically, start your own goddamn religion. And order. I got the neighborhood watch. Morning gathering. Foreman. Guard stations into patrols. Propaganda center, agitator, prison. Edge of loyalty. Forceful persuasion. New order. The cat's back. Hello, baby. It is so fluffy. Okay. And I don't think I'm gonna... I mean, there's a lot of potential to expand the adaptation options with at least the basic laws from the last autumn. Oh, damn, it's already 10. I've been at this for 7 hours. Alright, yeah. Let's put note, expand, where, when. Alright. Thanks for hanging out with me for so long. I will see you guys on Saturday, and I'm going to work on getting this done in my free time. I should have it done in the next couple of days before I start working on Cosplay Fetish Academy. See you then.